everybody. How you doing today, everyone? Hope you're having a good one today. I am Kuroja. This is my stream where we do the stream thing, and this is a makeup stream because yesterday, due to various circumstances, I wasn't able to do the full stream that I was hoping to, so today we're going to try and knock out the rest of the Hildibrand quests in Final Fantasy XIV, because I've been told that you need to complete them all to do the relic quests in Endwalker in the next patch, which releases tomorrow. Which I don't know if I'm even ready to do relic quest stuff. I still have so much I need to wrap up in post game Endwalker, but that's what we're gonna try. We're gonna try and complete these Hildibrand quests and get everything going. So yeah, that's the agenda for today. I hope you're all doing well. Hope you're telling me about your day. It'd be cool. I spent my day going and getting groceries, picking up some things for the house. I now have a working carbon monoxide detector. Go me. So that's exciting. I won't die from carbon monoxide, hopefully. We had one, but I don't know how long it hasn't worked because it was one that needed to be plugged in rather than ran off batteries, and it happened to be put against, like, for some reason there's an outlet right above where the oven goes, and that's where Grandpa decided to put the carbon monoxide detector, and yeah, it was melted. Over a period of time, it became melted. So I don't know if it even worked. Hopefully at no time we had carbon monoxide going on in this house, but now if I do, I'm prepared. Though I still don't have a smoke alarm, and I should probably get one of those soon too. But yeah, picked up some things for the house. Picked up some healthy foodstuffs. I'm trying a new thing where I only buy a week's worth of groceries, and I used this week to get some groceries I may not normally get to try and kind of feel out for a little bit of a diet shift and find things that I might like. This is also a means of reducing my own food waste because, in general, I've found over time that if I buy, like, say 3-4 weeks worth of groceries, probably half of them are going to end up getting trashed because they're going to be perishables that I just forget about or I don't get around to, and you know, less food waste is better for everybody. It's better for the wallet, it's better for the environment, it's better for everything around. And I learned something today, which every day is a great day when you can learn something. Da-na-na-na. What I learned today is that if you happen to see toothpaste that says vegan on it, it's not, crass marketing that is just trying to throw every label on there to get you to buy it. It's actually, it actually has meaning and value because of, let me actually pull up the information real quick because, yeah, this was completely new to me. I did not know this at all, and I'm glad that I was informed on it. So, according to one Barius of the Brad, it's actually a valid legal claim, not necessarily just marketing. Most commercial brand toothpastes have animal-based glycerin or calcium phosphates that are extracted from bone. People often look for this to avoid supporting companies that do animal testing with cleaning products. So hopefully when it has this, that means less chance for animal cruelty. But also, these kind of products are popular to certain Muslim and Orthodox Jewish groups because they're more likely to be kosher and halal lifestyle safe. So, yeah, that was a fun thing to learn. I did not know that. I just looked at it and, kind of laughed that, wow, vegan on a toothpaste, but now I know that there is actual meaning to that. Other things, if it throws vegan on there, could just be marketing garbage just to, kind of like when something will say, oh, this now has 50% less, this product is now contains 0% puppy blood. When, it never contained puppy blood, but they're going to throw something random on there, so you think, oh, well, this must be better because it has no puppy blood. Those other ones might have puppy blood. In this case, it's an actual useful marketing. But though in general, yeah, don't buy things with puppy blood in them if you can avoid it. Don't support the puppy blood industry. That nobody likes puppy blood. It's just not it's not good. On a dietary level, it's not good for you. It has no health benefits, but in general, supporting puppy blood, not good. Not good. So don't do it. Don't do it. That's something you learned today. So yeah. In interesting news, not so much interesting, but news that I do feel is important because it never really seems to cross my feed and get talked about outside of the specific journalists that I follow. There has been more movement in the long-running investigation and lawsuits against, and I don't know if it's pronounced agape or agape, but AGAPE is how it's spelled. We'll just go with agape. Against the Agape boarding school for boys, which is a Christian-run boarding school in Missouri. 2 years ago, investigations started, thanks in part to the Kansas City Star, into abuse going on at this boarding school, ranging from, forcibly restraining students to forcing them to do 16-hour work days, literally like exhausting them through unnecessary crap, and then of course emotional and physical and sexual abuse. There have been charges filed, there's lawsuits going on, but in September it was found out that one of the attorneys involved in this, one of the state attorneys involved in this, had not brought charges forward regarding the physical restraints, like using restraints on the children, because his justification was, well, in Missouri law, it's legally okay for a parent to restrain a kid, and in this case, the teachers are basically functioning as parents, so I don't see why that should be an issue. Yeah, that's all sorts of levels of fuck. But what's happening right now, what came out today, is that with regard to the cases against this boarding school, there's a delay that's trying to be pushed by the lawyer representing the school to not have any hearings or anything done until July. And basically, the attorney representing the school is fighting with the state attorneys and the attorney general, basically tossing blame back and forth for who's responsible for making a delay and pushing this case out. And yeah, of course, the victims are the ones that are going to be suffering in the meantime, because there are still students at this school. As far as I could tell from reading through this, until these lawsuits really go through, nothing really is going to be done to pull the students from the school, and apparently some parents are still cool with keeping the kids at the school. So yeah, there's likely still abuse going on. I know that during these investigations there has been state monitors involved, but it's just a whole fuck. It is a big fuck, and I wish it got talked about more. Similar to the Circle of Hope boarding school, which was for girls and also in Missouri, and literally in the same county. That one as well, back in 2020, was discovered to be involved in the exact same kinds of abuse, also a Christian-run place. And the fact that neither of these cases, neither of these Christian-run schools doing horrible, terrible stuff, have gotten like a national conversation about them, a national discussion, national focus, is, yeah, very frustrating. It's frustrating in part because the national discourse is currently on whether or not a transgender girl in high school playing sports is evil. That should never be a conversation. That's dumb. It's terrible. It's stupid. It is a red herring. It is a forcible reframing of the discussion to get away from the actual threats to children in schools, which is, shit like what's happening in Missouri with those two boarding schools, and also shit like the multiple revelations that have been coming out for many years regarding the Catholic Church and its abuses towards children. And I bring this up because, again, it is extremely important for people to realize that the people who are most focusing on transgender kids and attacking those kids, more often than not, also bandy about how religious they are. And if you look at the biggest people in those discussions, Rowlings, the Shapiros, the libs of TikToks, all those people, you'll find that they rarely, if ever, talk about what's going on at the Catholic Church, let alone anything about boarding schools like what's happened in Missouri. I think there's a point to be made there. The fact that actual legitimate abuse happening towards children is being completely ignored by people who claim to care about child abuse, who are only using the idea of child abuse as a means of going after LGBTQ people. So, yeah. And in a somewhat related segue to that, as I was driving back from getting groceries and listening to the radio, it came up that here in the lovely great state of Nebraska, several of our state legislators are now going after the State Board of Education, or the Department of Education, claiming that the Department of Education is forcing CRT onto students. Now, this is frustrating for multiple reasons, but the first frustrating reason was that the reporter reporting on this story explained what CRT is, but did not include in that explanation that it is only taught in colleges. That's a key deal. That's a key fact that gets left out so much when people bring this up. But beyond that, yeah, the idea that the Nebraska Department of Education is imposing critical race theory on students is beyond laughable. I mean, Jesus Christ, man. Our fucking history when I was in high school, our fucking history like barely even got into the deep parts of slavery. So, yeah. Barius. Hi, Barius. Hi, Barius with the 28-month streak on subbing. The 2-year, 6-month streak on subbing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming in and giving me money. For showing your appreciation towards me in a monetary way. I love it. That is one of the best ways. I'm not going to say the best, but one of the best ways to be appreciated is via money. But yeah, so that's what's going on in the world. Those are some things that I think were interesting and important. And yeah, I'm gonna do more on raising awareness of the boarding schools down in Missouri. As I've been mentioning, I'm trying to get back into making content on my other platforms, and that's one that I've got queued up is specifically on those boarding schools because, again, they don't get talked about. They don't get talked about. They don't get the coverage they should, and yeah, I think if we can redirect and get the focus on the actual abuse happening, and basically put up a brick wall and ignore the fuck out of all of the anti-trans bigots that are trying to keep us focused on something else, I think that can go a long way towards actually helping people and depriving an entire lucrative industry of bigotry of any oxygen they need to survive. So, yeah, that's your fun facts with Caro for the day. I hope it was enjoyable. So, as I mentioned, we're going to be doing the Hildibrand quest today. We have 4 left. 4 left here in the Stormblood section. And then there are the 2 that surface in the Endwalker section. So hopefully we should be able to... I'm going to try and get them all knocked out tonight. So that's what we're going to shoot for, is getting them all knocked out tonight. So let's get to it. And... This is one of those reasons that I wouldn't mind having a Stream Deck, but unfortunately, from what I can tell, being on Mac, the Stream Deck software, they have yet to... excuse me. They have yet to make that software be native on the M1 Max, meaning it's running in Rosetta, and from reports I've seen, it's got a 20% CPU usage. That's just not feasible for me. There are other options that I've looked into, including free options. The one iffy thing for me on them is that all of them require basically having your phone on, the screen on your phone for the entire stream. I haven't come across any that would just let me have a software solution right here on the on my laptop. So yeah, that's stuff I'm still looking into, kind of investigating. But for now, we're focused on just getting back into the swing of regular streaming, and that's what I want to go for. Oh, excuse me. And yeah, so as I mentioned, we have the Hildibrand quest to go through. Oh, excuse me. I know that we also still have to unlock the next part of the... What is it? The Asphodelos? Is that the proper... Yeah. I think we still have to unlock... oh no, never mind. We still have to unlock the next part of the Alliance Raid series. I haven't done that yet, so we have that to go through. I don't know if there's another part of Asphodelos out yet or not. To be honest, I don't know which one of the two is the one that has the new part out. I also don't know if a new part is coming in the patch tomorrow. I don't believe so, but I could be entirely wrong. No, the normal raid, not Alliance, called Abyssos. Okay, so the next part of the normal raid is what's coming, or is what's out. Okay, awesome. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah, I haven't. I mean, I think I've run. I think Asphodelos, I've run like one or two parts of it, maybe twice. As for Aglaya, no, maybe Aglaya is the one I've run a couple times, and the other ones I've only run once each. So, and patch 6.25 only adds Criterion and variant dungeons. Okay, so some more dungeons to go through and unlock. Yeah, I think I've unlocked all dungeons available. Yeah, because I think Fell Court of Troya is the last one to unlock, so I think I've got all those unlocked. And I know we're doing Hildibrand, but I also do want to queue up for a dungeon. Just feel like it's fun to get a little dungeon going while we're doing all this. I probably need a new dancer weapon at this point. Yeah, level 88, I probably need new dancer everything, to be honest. But somehow, nothing really wants to give me anything. Okay, well, we did get this. Alright, so that'll be an improvement. We'll equip that real quick. That is way lower level, so that can be trashed. Hey. And what's... Oh, Fenrir card? Yeah, I already have that. Okay. Yeah, I could probably go and buy... Oh, hey. Wait, are these... Nope, those are exactly as good as my current ones. So, okay. So the Blades Euphoria are fine to keep for now. That works. Yeah. That's what we'll do. We're gonna queue up. We're gonna do a leveling dungeon. I hope, just like yesterday, we get an at-level dungeon. That would be great. Be amazing. Oh, we got to do a repair. Repair all. There we go. Boom. We are good. Uh-oh. I need to reapply. There we go. Shiguri is a man on a mission. Have you heard, Kurocha? The wolf burglar, for whom we have been searching day and night, has struck again. Word reached me but moments ago. The inspector and his assistant are a step ahead of us, but if we hurry, we may arrive before they begin questioning any witnesses. You will come, will you not? Yes? Then let us brook no further delay and make haste for the Rakuza district. So yeah, my understanding, at least from when I looked at the quests, is that we are going to be... Basically, every 2 quests will be... It seems like will be its own kind of story. Though they'll probably all be related... Oh, why did I come this way? I need to cross that bridge. Yeah, so every 2 quests, at least from how it appeared when I looked at the quest list, is going to be like its own little story. So we've got basically 2 stories left here in Stormblood. Oh. Well, would you look at that? Okay, not at level, but it works. I'll take it. There we go. Yeah, Dancer in the 80s is pretty interesting, the various things they've added to it. Though, as I stated last night, and will restate, Dancer does still feel like it's the class for when you really don't want to work your brain too much. Which is not a negative thing. It's a good class to play when you want to relax with things. Oh, that was a waste. I think we can't catch up there. Okay, so we're at the lower level where we don't get that that extra attack from using the flourish. I'm also partly doing roulette so that I can get back into knowing the dungeons well enough that I don't die and don't get hit by things that I shouldn't get hit by. Yeah, that's right, I'll get repelled. Yep. Oh, damn, I still got electrocuted. I was not close enough. Go. Damn. Okay, good. I moved just in time. trying to use improvisation more often too. Now that it has that ability to let us take a little bit less damage. Just not always finding the best time to use it, unfortunately. There we go. I'm gonna save the technical finish for when we get back to enemies. Nope, that's worse, so we'll pass. Kinda aggroed everything on me there. Gonna do some improvisation, get us an extra shield. There we go. That might have been a bad use of Flourish. But it's okay. It refills quick. It's okay to use skills whenever you want to use them. Unless you're a gunbreaker that keeps using your invulnerability skill when you have full life just to fuck with the healer. Not that anybody did that to me just a night ago, but you know. right. I'm gonna go grab this. We'll put a need on that. I didn't need that cap, but oh well. Alright. Mini. I'm gonna use some improv. See if I can't get us a little extra shield. Ah, haha. Woo! All right. Pass and pass. Still need to get all my classes maxed up, and I know I need to do the role specific quests. I think I've got set though what ones I'm going to keep at level 80 to do those quests specifically. Which one of them is going to be Machinist, just because Machinist is kind of, I'm just meh on Machinist. Not that it's a bad class or anything. It's not one that I personally like to use a lot. I hope my use of Shield Samba and healing there helped out. So I saw that paladin there dropping kind of low, which paladins are never supposed to do, as far as I know. Paladins should never be able to drop low. see if I can't get us a little extra shield again. There we go. It is a nice, I think that's one reason why I enjoy both Dancer and Archer, is that both of them, you get that feeling of doing more to help your team as well. Being able to help with, like, you know, getting some shields or other benefits on. Alright. I feel like I've learned this battle a lot better than I used to. That attack used to always get me fucked pretty quickly. Terrific roar tears the fabric of reality! I don't like that. Ow. Damn it. I ran through their claws. Damn it. That was my own dumbassery. Extra shield. And boom. Run away! Run away! I have run away. Right, Reaper, are you gonna use the ultimate? No, then I am. Woo! Oh, okay, I got everything, even though I didn't want everything. That works. We'll take it. And I got 2 player commendations as a DPS. Okay, I like that. Am I really that good of a dancer? Am I really that good of a dancer? All right. Let's continue on. Oh yeah, I do want to queue up for an expert. Just want to get them materials. Because you died, Caro, they wanted to lift your spirits. You know that. Shh. We're just gonna go right in as a healer onto the experts. Let's see. Yeah, I know I still need some other things. Still need some improvements on my Sage. But, you know, we're getting there. The reason why is that the time off that I've been from this game, I feel like I've lost my way as a healer, and I'm slowly getting a grasp again where I'm feeling more confident as a healer. At least as a Sage so far. I feel like I'm not fucking things up as much as a Sage. So, yeah, let's do that. Bum, 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 bum. Na, 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 na. Now, Barrios, you mentioned Criterion, and I know I should know what that is, but I don't remember now. Is that Criterion? Is that like what they're referring to for when they are getting like NPC teams? What is it? To where you can use the fucking what's it called? The thing where you can have the NPCs go with you into a dungeon. Is that what that's referring to? Harder version of the variant dungeon is 4-player party. Players have a limited number of revives, and normal resurrection abilities are disabled. Oh. Oh, okay. So it's basically what was that, Master in Destiny? The Master version of like the Nightfalls, but now they're not Nightfalls, but they still technically are, but they aren't. But they're called like Master or something now. But basically, that's what you're saying. That sounds interesting. Bum 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 bum. Dun 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 bum 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 bum. Dum bum 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 banana. See, Audie has been working on a miner now. The miner, the class that mines, just so nothing out of context in time. Audie's been working on the class that mines, so Audie's getting into gathering now, which is always cool to see more people getting into crafting and gathering. I'm almost scared because I have to basically relearn all of my crafting and gathering skills now that I've been away for so long. Oh, did I actually get a tank that's not gonna run away from me all the time? Oh, damn it, wrong button. Wrong button. Oh well. Oh shit, yeah, I'm the healer. I'm the healer. Okay. I'm sorry, my tank. I almost forgot for a second I was the healer. That was not good. Not good of me. Damn it, damn it. Sorry, tank, I'm trying to keep you up. Part of it's just still trying to remember where all my buttons are. Go. Okay, they want to come over here. Go. swear in this dungeon at some point somebody can get afflicted with doom, but I can't remember how that happens. Read. Oh, okay, can't read on that. Alright, Tech, I swear I'll do better this time around. I promise that. And my understanding is the Eucrasian Dosis is supposed to basically function like almost a regen for whoever you have Cardia on, but I've never been certain on that. Agreed. Now, would you look at that? Neither of those pulls did the tank get low. I'm a rock star. I'm doing so much better. Agreed. Maybe it's this boss where you can get Doom. Maybe if you don't look away, you get Doom. Okay. So right down here is where we want to go. Now, I'm pretty sure I ran this the first time with Varius, and I'm pretty sure I kept dying to that specific attack that we just had. no. 2 of them got doomed. Ha! And I didn't let either of them die. Awesome! Awesome! Oh, that's so much better. Woo! That was a good play. We did good there. Ooh, need. Oh, we already have those. Okay. Greed. We already have those. All right. Bum, 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 bum. There you are. Ooh, a bracelet of healing. Oh, I already have that. Damn it. Give me things I don't have. You know, that's something I'm really interested in. Do weapons not drop from any of these highest dungeons anymore? There we go. And greed. Aha! You didn't. Oh. Oh, somebody died.
My blade thirsts for blood.
Ah! Ran too far.
Protect me, my minion.
And there we go.
True despair. Stubborn mortal. Come, fill your lungs.
Run away! Run away! Come over here, lovelies! Ooh, didn't run too far this time. Alright. That was a really good run. It was a little shaky at the beginning, but I think we did good. And by we, I mean I. I feel like I was really shaky at the beginning, but ultimately I finished up good. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, but I didn't get any commendations. Wow. Rude ass people. Okay. Let us continue. The quests of Hildibrand. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, stand ready to assist any and all who seek redress from crimes dastardly and daring. My keen inspector's sense has led me hither. Speak, my good man, what injustice befell you here? Inspectors? Yes, the Westerners. I remember you, girl. If you were so eager to hear the tale, then I shall be glad to tell it. It was him, the wolf burglar. Bold as ever, he attempted to steal the finest sword in my collection, the Saburo Sukihiro, in broad daylight. By the Kami. But you say he attempted? And failed, I. Little did the fool know I had recently employed a new bodyguard, a peerless samurai worth every koban. So the fiend was unable to abscond with your precious blade. Truly, you are fortunate indeed, Master Akabono. Yet surely this is not the end of it. The wolf burglar has his pride. He is not wont to forsake a prize. Master Akabono, I have no doubt that the thief will come for the blade again and again. I pray you permit me to aid your men in protecting this treasure, that we may finally bring this villain to justice. You have spirit, I'll grant you that. I have no need of additional guards. Yojimbo alone is worth 100 men, if not more. Oh, Yojimbo. Master Akebono, I think you underestimate this foe. You try my patience, boy. I have made my decision. I will not suffer it to be questioned further. Find another way to earn the Saikisugumi's approval. Now then, I have a pressing engagement in Sanjo Hanamachi, to which I have been looking forward all week. And I'll be damned if I'm going to let this business with the wolf burglar delay me further. Good day. I fear he has let this turn of luck lull him into a false sense of complacency. He should be doubling the guard, or tripling it, if only he would reconsider. If he will not listen to reason, then he must be made to listen to reason. When in doubt, try again? It's not the most well-thought-out plan, but for lack of anything better... Alright, let us follow Master Akebono to Sanjo Hanamachi, and once more impress upon him the gravity of the situation. Interesting that Yojimbo is showing up again. But I guess it also makes sense. Yojimbo very much is a type of character that can fit into the world of Hildibrand. I don't know why I just went in circles. Oh wait, am I gonna... Okay, yeah. So it's not up here, it's down there, but I can just jump over the ledge. Akebono's... Wait, he said he hired Yojimbo. That's not Yojimbo. Ask all you like, but the answer's still no. There's a very short list of people who get to pass, and none of you lot are on it. I applaud your diligence, I do, but we're here to help. If you would admit us to speak with Master Akebono, that we might convince him to let us stand guard over the Soburo Sukihiro. Ah, so that's your game. Trick the daft doorman into letting you in so you can steal the Master Akebono's priceless sword? How stupid do you think I am? As if he'd consort with the likes of you lots. Not a looker among you. Really? My mother has told me I'm quite handsome. I'm sure she has. Maybe if he was in the mood for a takomoki. Not today, though. Master Akebono made it clear that he would only welcome additional entertainers if they were Geico of surpassing beauty. But you're not, so piss off. That went rather poorly. Suppose we have no choice but to resign ourselves to this outcome. Nay, Shiguri, I think not, for I have a plan. A plan of surpassing beauty, if I do say so myself. Are you acquainted with any Geico, perchance? Well, there is an Okean nearby whose proprietress may have given me a few odd jobs, but... Wait, what exactly is your plan? All should become clear in time, my good man. Lead the way to this Okaya. He says lead the way, and then he runs off in front of everybody. Come on, man. So I can do 1 second here. These back streets where I don't think we've really ever had to come for anything. Maybe at like one point when we were learning the city, but that's about it. Most humble greetings to you, fair maiden. I, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, am given to understand that you are an acquaintance of Shiguri here. I have given the hapless fool a handout or two, and now he shows up on my doorstep with a company of Aijin inspectors. Can we assume this means he's yet to find honest work? Indeed, much to all our chagrin, Shiguri is not gainfully employed at present. That regrettable circumstance is not what brings us to you. Nay, it is a matter of far greater import, a grave injustice which must be averted at all costs. To that end, my lady, I would have you clothe my steadfast assistant in your finest kimono. For but a brief time only, you may be assured. It shall be returned to you post-haste. Loan you a kimono? Just like that? I'm not sure what mischief you inspectors get up to in your line of work, but in ours, a kimono is priceless. No geiko with her salt would simply let a stranger parade about town in hers. Uh-oh. Why are we getting looked at? Not for nothing, at least. Aye, if you are truly in desperate need of my assistance, then you should be willing to pay for it. Say 7,000 Eorzean gil? Or 70, sorry. 70,000? 70? Only 70,000? Hells, my Soligar's worth more than that. I have a gambling problem. Love the horse birds. Lost my last gil on Quail Rhapsody. We got the money, let's flash it about. Be that as it may, there is no need to rely upon your generosity. I am more than capable of paying for this expense. Nashu, pay the woman. With what, Inspector? Your coin purse is empty. What? As of when? Oh dear, this is certainly a fly in the ointment. So, your plan is to disguise Nashu as a geiko, that she may enter into the company of Master Akabono, and thereby keep watch for the wolf burglar? I hesitate to call it one of surpassing beauty, but if it is our best option. Do not even think to say it, my good man. I would never take the money of a down-on-his-luck youth with no job or skills to speak of. But of course, it is, as ever, so simple. A means by which we may achieve our end without spending a single coin. In my brief time here, I have come to understand the myriad complexities of Hingan culture. There is a custom by which one may express the fervor of his conviction by shaving every hair from his head, is there not? Well, yes, I suppose you have the right of it, but are you willing to go to such lengths to secure a kimono? I'll do the honors. Oh boy. Who's she gonna pick? A beauty reborn. What? Oh, buddy. My hair! My beautiful flowing locks! What have you done to me? That is brilliant. Utterly brilliant. I don't think I've laughed so hard in ages. Chin up, Shiguri. I dare say she did you a favor. Misaki Tsugumi might be inclined to take you more seriously now. You can have your kimono with my thanks. Never mind the gil. The entertainment you've given me is payment enough. My lady, you're a saint. Are you ready, Nashu? Always, Inspector. Wait here, everyone. I'm sure it won't take long to put on one of these things on, right? Verily, there is no greater truth than that if we trust in ourselves and the gods. Fate shall conspire to see us succeed. Is this the will of the kami? Poor Shiguri. Getting roped up into these just dastardly plans. I believe I hear them coming. Ta-da! My dear Nashu, you look incredible! Wow. Actually, yes, you do. You do. She looks every bit the Gecko. I cannot fathom that Dorman turning her away. Come, my friends, let us put Nashu's disguise to the proof. Oh, I saw the creepy stalker hide behind the barrel there. And he took off. So will it all work out for Nashu? It's a 50-50, really. Knowing how these stories play out. Say what you will about the rest of us, but you would have to be blind to disparage my stalwart ass. That is, the lovely Gecko, Nashu. Gecko, eh? Alright, let's have a look at you. Ho-ho-ho! Where's this lovely lass been hiding? Master Akabono's sure to take a shine to you. Alright, the girl may enter, and no one else. Huzzah! It worked! Wish me luck! Though, is it wise to let her go alone? Ideally, at least Kuroji or myself should have accompanied her, no? Oh, Shiguri. I did tell you it was a plan of surpassing beauty, did I not? There's Yojimbo. The sword without peer, the Saburo Sukihiro. The Geico without peer, Chiyoyumi. What fortune that I may enjoy the company of the finest treasures the world has to offer. Their very presence makes the wine taste that much sweeter. I could not agree more, my lord. Alas, whereas you may lay hands upon your magnificent blade at whim, in vain I struggle to navigate the endless labyrinth that is a woman's fickle heart. That which I desire I take, as will you, when my little project is complete. Chiyumi, come and have a drink with us. Come, come. If my lords insist, I should be glad to partake. Such a beautiful girl you are, and so skilled a dancer as well. You deserve only the best, and the very best you shall have, if you but give yourself body and soul to me. I fear my lord's rather admirable perseverance encroaches upon the obsessive. As I am sure I have told you 1,000 times before, I should be glad to entertain one and all with the traditional arts. Stubborn as ever, I see. No matter. In due time you will be mine, one way or another. Begging your pardons, my lords. Oh, this is a welcome surprise. My lord, did you call for another Geico? Never mind. Come, my dear, have a seat. I don't know whose voice this is gonna be. Salutations and greetings, my good sirs. Oh. What? Oh no. What? What is the meaning of this? I explicitly said I would be receiving no more Takamoki in this day. Far be it from me to judge a man for his pleasures, my lord, but I fear that this is a bridge too far for me. Such beauty, such grace. Be that as it may, now is not the time. The day after tomorrow, perhaps, after I have had time to recover, but not today. My lord, not reconsider. Pray allow me one dance to convince you. Enough! Yojimbo, remove this fetching yet belligerent Takamoki from my sight. Lay hands upon a fair maiden. I will do no such thing. Are you defying your master's order? The master who has already paid you an unconscionable sum of money for your services? A contemptible master who consorts with lecherous dogs. I agreed to serve as the sword's protector, not as the executor of your whims. There he is! The wolf burglar! Impossible. At last, the villain reveals himself! We have you now, most wolfish of burglars! Yes, it was I all along! Hildibrand, master of disguise, inspector of 1,000 faces, defender of justice. I feel so conflicted. So, you're not a Takamoki? Pity that. Bugger me, it isn't the talking statue. Funny meeting you here. Come to watch me steal the Summer Sukahiro. Well, you know how this goes. Don't let him get away! Halt, fiend! With that many people, they had to catch him, right? Nope. What happened? Ah, there you are, my dear. You are unharmed? I'd be heartbroken if there were even a single scratch upon my concubine to be. There we go. About damn time. My lord would do well to take greater care where he places his hands, should he wish to keep them. Confound it. How does he manage to escape every time? But rejoice, my friends, for he has failed in his thievery once more. The Soburo Tsukihiro remains safe and sound. You imbecile! Look at what you're holding! Does that look even remotely like the Soburo Tsukihiro to you? Does it? Does it? For the record, I am not actually bald. Begone from my sight, and do not return until you have found my sword. So, what did he accidentally grab the thief's weapon? Did the thief swap weapons with him? What happened there? After we went to all that trouble, he still managed to steal the Soburo Tsukihiro. I sacrificed my flowing locks for nothing. Though I care increasingly less for Akapono, he's nevertheless a man to be reckoned with. The meager reputation I have will be forfeit if we fail to bring the wolf burglar to justice. But we need not pursue him alone. Yojimbo has volunteered his services. Together, we may yet redeem ourselves. I think I may know where this thief is headed, too. Is that so? Does he know where the thief is headed? Will everything turn out right? All this and more coming up. So how's everyone doing tonight? Are you having a good time? Are you having fun? Alright, countless attempts at voicing all these different people working, or do they all blend together? I believe the wolf burglar has fled to Yangsha. Consider the dagger I took from him in the chaos. Though old and worn, it has been well cared for over the years. It is more than just a tool to him, I think, and it is clearly of Doman design. What an amazing coincidence! The self-same details had also caught mine eye. I dare say you have the makings of an inspector, Shigeri. I shall endeavor to take that as a compliment. To Yangsha. Well then, off we go. Actually, let's see where specifically. Okay, that works. The House of the Fierce, man. I haven't been here in forever. Ages upon ages. And where... Oh, there you are. Cheers, everybody. My word, have you ever seen anything so full of splendor? Forgive me, we must not lose sight of the matter at hand. How shall we pursue our quarry? That is a very good question, to which I currently have no answer. I do. Oh, hey, it's the doggy. Woof, woof. I don't know what voice to do for the doggy. What a nice little doggy. Daigoro is more than a mere traveling companion. His sense of smell is unparalleled. Give over the burglar's dagger that he may track his scent. Brilliant idea, Jim. Yes, indeed. Here, take it. Woof, woof, woof. Oh-ho, he has the scent already. With me, Nashu. Perhaps fate is conspiring to see us succeed after all. don't know, Shiguri. I mean, again, we are still in a Hildibrand story. Fate will conspire, but it's going to be a lot of mishaps along the way. Ah, the nighttime Yangxia music. Or I guess technically all authored music, isn't it? I haven't heard this in so long. I haven't heard this since I was leveling up a fisher and trying to do spear fishing, which they then after I learned how to properly spear fish, and then they changed it completely. But they changed it for the better. Fishing is another thing I need to get back into. Of course, I gave Audie the good advice last night. When it comes to gathering and waiting for your GP to refill, the best way to handle that is once you've spent it all, just scroll Twitter for a few minutes and then you can stand in place and then you can return. What ails little Daigoro? Why will he go no further? How is it you remember his... 'Tis like their Namazu about. Their stink befuddles his senses. Though unfortunate, we know the wolf burglar came this way. Perhaps, if we search, we can find some other clue as to his whereabouts. Leave it to me, Shiguri. If there are clues to be found in these ruins, my keen inspector's sense shall lead me to them. Wait for me, Inspector! Wait for me! There they go again. Charging out before we have a chance to discuss our plan of action. Must they always be so reckless? Nothing for it but to follow suit, I suppose. Why don't you search the area to the northwest, Roja? To the northwest we shall. Yeah, we'll hop on a doggy. Man, if we could get Daigoro as a mount, that would be awesome. It'd be so cool. Pungent Namazu. Live I am! Hale and healthy, yes, yes! Nursing a rather vicious hangover from a surfeit of tea, but otherwise none the worse for wear. 1,000 thanks to you for waking me before I was set upon by ravenous beasts of thieving bandits. Unless you wouldn't happen to be a thieving bandit, would you? It depends. Have you got a certain priceless sword on you? No, but I'm hunting a thieving bandit. A lupin. A lupin? Huh, now that you mention it, I have some vague recollection of a traveler with an unusual sword across his back. I was deep in my teacups at the time, but I think I know what I saw. Huh? Drunken Namazu? What is his part in all this? He saw the wolf burglar. What luck! Which way did he go? It's all a bit of a blur, so I doubt my memory will be of any use. My barbells, on the other hand, should do the trick. My adorable little friend, you need not strain yourself on our account. We too have ways of finding the fiend. Yes, yes, my keen Namazu sense is telling me that the wolf burglar went that way. Yes, that way. Which way? We may as well split up again. I would help you, but hangover. Yes, yes. Bye-bye, friends. Have fun hunting the wolf burglar. Alright. Plot-relevant gloves. Well, that sounds like our guy. Among the irrelevant potsherds, you spy a somewhat inconspicuous pair of gloves. If they belonged to the wolf burglar, perhaps they may prove useful. Found something, have you? I do not recall him wearing gloves, but for lack of other possible leads, I say let Daigoro follow this fresh scent. Now that the Namazu is gone, he should have no difficulty finding the owner. Woof woof! Wait, hold on. I wanna. What did the gloves say? If you didn't need them, you wouldn't have been able to pick them up. Woof woof woof! What news, Jim? We came as soon as we heard the barking. Now that the Namazu has departed, Daigoro is capable of pursuing our quarry once more. Our stalwart comrade found gloves that may have belonged to him, and so we were about to see where they led us. Woof woof! He's got the scent! Quickly, Kuroja! We must not lose sight of the Daigoro! There he is. We mustn't let him escape this time. Hold, Ronin. You know well how quick he can be. Let us leave this pursuit to one he cannot outrun. Go, Daigoro. Seize the Lupin. Gosh, he's a fast doggy. Aye, there are none faster. Come, we must secure the sword and the thief. Oh? So he knows Daigoro. Wow. Gosh, he really likes Koban, doesn't he? Well, we all have our weaknesses, I suppose. Still, there's no denying that he is a very, very good dog. How could he possibly have... the nerve. You lot really should have thought this through. Or have you already forgotten that I've got friends in high places? Montaro, to me! Oh yeah, the birdie. Now we know the name of the bird. Oh. What? What the hell just happened? By the Kami, what have you done to my bird? What? 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 got you. Good going, Shiguri. Rejoice, Shiguri! For I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, have reclaimed the Soboro Sugahiro. Yes, it seems we have. Though, before we declare it with certainty, I would verify the authenticity of the blade. But of course! Wait, is Yojimbo about to steal the blade? Aye, this is no fake. It is indeed a work of art, a masterpiece that could only be the treasured Soboro Sugahiro. I just remembered I have urgent business in Kugane, which as well as it shall afford me the opportunity to return the Soboro Sugahiro to its rightful owner. Pray allow me to do so. You have my word I shall surrender it to no one. Yojimbo's a little sus right now. How lucky we are to have a friend like Jim. A steadfast, loyal, honorable, a Manderville man from another mother. Let us quit this place and return to Kagane with the wolf burglar. I am sure the Psychic Tsugumi have a cell with his name on it. Alright then. Give me 1 second, I just want to update Twitter. There we go. Alright. Everyone's still holding up well? Y'all getting your vibe on? Getting your chillaxing and maxing and I believe relaxing. All cool? Huh? I just realized the Hildibrand quests for Endwalker, those are level 90, aren't they? Let me double check here. Yep, they are level 90, okay. Return to Kagane with the wolf. Okay. Just wanted to make sure we didn't have to, like, go somewhere else to, walk to Kagane. You know, I've wondered, like, you know, if you're, one of the cops or something, if you need to take a prisoner somewhere, how does Aetheryte work with that? Does whoever you're holding when you get teleported with you? Or, you know, like, how would that work? Or do they just always have to take the really long way around? Oh, I thought... Okay, so we're not going to the barracks. Alright, Rakuza District it is. What business have you with the Sekisugumi? The wolf burglar? The Lupin who has made mock of me and my brothers? That is true, yes. I, Shiguri, and my comrades have successfully captured the notorious wolf burglar of Kugane, and brought him here that we might surrender him into the custody of the Sekisugumi. Full glad we are to accept this unexpected bounty. The fiend has been a source of unending consternation for us. My thanks to you all. Pray, bring him inside, honored friends. This can't be the end of the saga for the wolf burglar, though. Although maybe it can be, because again, Yojimbo, super sus. Bloody fools, the lot of you. Blind to the true villain in your midst. Is it true, then? The wolf burglar has been detained? Well done. Who must we thank for this auspicious turn of events? I, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, did bring the wolf burglar to heel with my customary style and aplomb. Very good, very good. And the Soburo Sukihiro, where is it? You mean you don't have it? I thought Yojimbo had returned it to you. Yojimbo? That disrespectful disgrace of a samurai? Nay, I have seen neither hide nor hair of him. I can only presume that Jim is currently enjoying a plate of dongo at the Umineko Tea House before paying Master Akabono a visit. Or perhaps he absconded with the Soburo Sukihiro. This is all a joke to you people, isn't it? Of all the stupid, inexplicable, utterly unjustifiable... for what reason could you have possibly, even for a moment, considered it wise to let a single man, and not just any man either, a man I just expelled from my service... Mark me, Ronin, if you fail to deliver that sword, I shall make it the focus of my remaining years that your dreams go unfulfilled. Oh, Mustachio is, really in rage mode, right? Huh. We certainly can't have that. Which reminds me, Shiguri, you once told me it was your dream to serve alongside us. Is that still the case? Yes, sir, it is. Good. Because in light of your recent accomplishment, I would like nothing more than to induct you into the Sekisugumi. What say you? It would be an honor, sir. Glad to hear it. There are, of course, some few procedures and discussions with my superiors that must come first, but we may attend to them now, if your comrades do not mind waiting. Not at all. We will await your triumphant return, Shiguri. Aw, Shiguri. My friends, it is finished. A Shiguri reborn! Well, I would not dare put it in such grandiose terms, but indeed, I feel as though I am a changed man. And it is you three who have changed me for the better. 1,000 thanks to you, Kuroja, Inspector Hildibrand, Nashu. Though I have only just become a Sekisugumi, I've already been given my first assignment. I am to pursue the renegade Yojimbo and recover the Soburo Sukihiro. Alas, as a new recruit, I have been afforded no additional men or resources to accomplish this task. If I am to succeed, I will need all the help I can get. Say no more, Shiguri. I should be glad to give it. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, do hereby re-swear to help you scour all creation, from the deepest pit of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, for Jim and the Soburo Sukihiro. And so our hunt begins again. Wait for me, Inspector, wait for me! Someone in chat, their name is Barge Bingus. Barge Bingus. Part of me still struggles to believe it, Kuroja. The wolf burglar captured and myself become a Sekisugumi. Again, I cannot thank you enough for all you have done for me. What an odd, circuitous path it is that led us to this point. To be honest, the most vexing complication was the loss of my hair. Though Nashuis assures me she is already in the process of procuring a potent tonic to remedy that. Once more, we find ourselves waiting for fate to spur our story forward. Until we have a lead on the Soburo Sukihiro, we can but enjoy our respite. I sense a cutscene coming. Hildibrand will return in The Black Heart Beneath. Just so much love put into each of these. So much love. Oh, sunglasses are going to be introduced. Alas, Shiguri seems utterly devoid of hair and hope. Oh boy. You look well, Kuroja. I pray your adventures have not been too taxing. As for myself, the search for the Soburo Sukihiro, as well as Yojimbo, continues. Would that I could claim even a measure of progress. Ah, Shiguri! Oh no. Ah, Shiguri! There you are! We thought perhaps to find you inside, my bald man, but I see you are here, and in the company of my stalwart assistant. Bald? You of all people should... Having failed to seize upon new information of value, or even passing relevance, we were in the midst of reconsidering our investigative strategy. But tell me, have you word of Jim and our missing sword? Jim? Who is... Ah, yes, Yojimbo. No, as I was just telling Kuroja, I have made no progress since last we spoke. You seem distressed, Shiguri. If you yet pine for your lost locks, then pine no longer, for we have brought you a hair tonic of preternatural effectiveness. Really? Well, that is actually a very considerate gesture. Thank you. Why not try it right now? Aye, aye. The sooner the better, perhaps. Hey, it's our undead furry friend. I say, to meet with Master Hildibrand and his bosom companions yet again. Truly, the kami have been kind to me. 'Tis always a pleasure to see you, a man of the old horde. But were you not bound for Eorzea? Why are you yet in the Far East? Indeed, I had thought to return home and rejoin my brothers. To that end, did I call upon a local fisherman to secure passage. 'Twas from him that I heard a tale most fascinating, which compelled me to stay. A Funayure, a far eastern variety of undead, had been seen wandering in Isle's shore. As my previous attempts to recruit fellow zombies had been met with failure, I thought why not broaden my criteria and appeal to this ghost in the spirit of camaraderie. Alas, it is a most elusive quarry. Rather shy, it would seem. I sought to learn more of the Funayure, but by questioning the people of the city, but have been unsuccessful thus far. I see, I see. I realize this is sudden, but in your inquiries, did you hear mention of Jim? Jim? I fear I've heard naught of that particular Far Eastern spirit. Though, to be honest, not all have been willing to entertain my company, perhaps due to my undead nature. It pains me to hear that, in this world, there remain people prejudiced against the living and bared. You seek this Jim, Master Hildibrand? If so, I should be glad to help. Grateful as we would be, it might be wise to change your attire. The people's reluctance to speak with you may be due to your passing resemblance to a certain wolfish fugitive who, until recently, terrorized the city. Oh, how careless of me. I shall change into something less conspicuous at once. Then it is settled. When at first you don't succeed, make inquiries again. Let us split up and speak with the men and women of Kugane. Let us split up and speak indeed. So you got one that's right down over this way. Mayhap down here? There we go. Yojimbo, you say? The name does ring a bell. Oh yes, now I recall. The Lupin fellow was asking after him as well, though that was some time ago. He's since been detained by the Sekisagumi. The Lupin, not your Yojimbo, that is. Not that I can imagine why. He's no criminal. Why, when I told him of how my mother had been taken ill, he gave me the koban to purchase her medicine, without my asking or anything. They say he's done terrible things, but a man like that? Nah, I refuse to believe it. If there's any justice in this world, he'll be set free. Uh-huh. So we may in fact have had a gentleman thief the whole time. Who could have thunk? Let me guess. You're searching for a man named Yojimbo? The Sekisagumi questioned me about him not long ago. Very desperate to find him, they were. I doubt they receive much help from the populace at present, though. Why, you ask? Surely you've heard. The Gane wolf burglar has been arrested. Despite what the wealthy elite would have you believe, he's no demon deserving the harshest sentence. If anything, he is a hero to the downtrodden, having shared his spoils with the least among us. If you ask me, the Sekisagumi ought to have taken a closer look at the emergency targeted. Akabono, in particular, has been at the center of many dark rumors. Anyway, in light of the wolf burglar's attainment, many are less than willing to aid the Sekisagumi in their activities. Unfortunately, if they suspect you to be working with them, you too may find your overtures rebuffed. Ooh. So we have a new wrinkle upon us. Oh, you're pursuing that Yojimbo fellow? Seki Segumi were asking after him the other day. I'll tell you what I told them. I've never heard of the man. And just between you and me, even if I did know something, I don't know if I'd want to tell them. You know the Kugane wolf burglar? The one they locked away? Rumor has it they intended to inflict upon him terrible punishments for his so-called crimes. Madness, I tell you, madness! Every single one of the burglar's victims were among the most notorious scoundrels of the city. Greedy merchants with no scruples whatsoever. What's more, everything he stole he gave to the poor and needy. Yet they decry him as a villain. Fools! So a real Robin Hood then. We had reason to suspect from the very beginning because, you know, he was going after the rich, but yeah. I see. And what have you learned, Kuroja? Apparently a certain Lupin is rather well loved. Huh. I had no idea the plight of the wolf burglar weighed upon the minds of so many. What exactly did they say? A hero to the poor and downtrodden? A criminal who simply gave away his hard-won spoils? This is all quite unexpected. But whatever aspersions they may cast upon his victims, the law is the law. Even disreputable merchants are deserving of fair and equitable treatment. To ignore their plight is to let the mob decide their fate. That said, to hear that some may withhold information in protest is cause for concern. As a man of the Sekisagumi, I cannot help but feel conflicted. If I may, Shiguri, it might be best to dress in less conspicuous clothing, at least for the time being. I hate to say it, but that is a sensible suggestion. Surprisingly, perhaps I should make use of my old kimono. Yet even if I were to do so, my face is already known. They would mark me as a Sekisagumi, and perhaps even resent my attempts to deceive them. I've got an idea. Why not ask the wolf burglar? If he's so popular with the people, who knows what secrets they've told him? Ask the wolf burglar? Huh. If both he and Yojimbo had designs on the Soboro Sukahiro, then it's possible they might know one another. Well done, Nashu. I was but mere moments from reaching the selfsame conclusion. It is settled then. Let us go and question the prisoner without further delay. But what makes them think the wolf burglar is going to talk to us? I mean, you know, we did kind of just lock him up and try to sully his name and everything. Greetings and well met, comrade. If I might have a moment of your time. That we might ascertain the whereabouts of the fugitive Yojimbo, we wish to speak with the Kagane wolf burglar. Will you permit us to enter? Certainly, Shiguri. If it will aid you in your investigation, follow me. I hope the Endwalker quest just only have like 3 people. I'm struggling to get a different tone for each character. I trust you are enjoying our hospitality. I come bearing questions. Questions, eh? For little old me, you say? Following your arrest, the Ronin Yojimbo absconded with the Soboro Sukahiro you stole from Master Akabono. He remains at large. We have reason to believe the sword was his objective all along. Given that it was yours as well, I thought you might know something of the man and his motive. Everyone knows that sword's worth a bloody fortune and then some. But finding a buyer for a masterpiece as famous as the Soboro Sukahiro, especially after word of its theft is spread far and wide, well, good luck with that, says I. Why, they'd surely have to avail themselves of the services of certain disreputable folks with whom I happen to be intimately acquainted. Be happy to introduce you lot, as soon as you set me free. What? Absolutely not. That is out of the question. And we've got nothing more to discuss. Best be on your way. Now, Shiguri, let us not be too quick to judge. If the goodly men and women of Kugane are willing to trust in his good intentions, then perhaps we should as well. An awful lot of people were willing to vouch for his character. If what they say is true, then it would be wrong to see him hanged. I will propose to my superiors that you be temporarily released into our custody for the purposes of our investigation. Should you abide by the terms of our arrangement, you may receive leniency. What say you? I say you got yourself a deal, Baldy. Will they even consider my proposal, though? The deliberations alone may prove time-consuming, and if they refuse... Remind me, Nashu, do you have that hair tonic on you? I sure do, Inspector. Now's as good a time as ever to try it, don't you think? Here, in the jail? Well, far be it from me to refuse. Remember to use the whole bottle, my good man. Pour it over your head until not a single drop remains. That seems rather wasteful, but if you insist... I feel strange, like my scalp is... Oh, by the kami! Shiguri, are you alright? I heard you shouting. The light, it binds them. There are too many. And turn and flex and shake and bounce. Perfection! Rejoice, my goodly burglar, as I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, have liberated you from your unjust imprisonment. Now see here, Inspector. Huh? What happened? Has the prisoner escaped? Still in the cell, I see. What in the world was that blinding light? 1,000 pardons. One of my associates was carrying small explosives, one of which detonated unexpectedly. I, of course, bade her take the others outside immediately, for safety's sake. I believe that explains that, yes? Yes, right then, if you will excuse me. Yes, of course, very good. Wait, when did Shiguri grow his hair? They got swindled like that. That was just amazing. Just beautiful. Beautiful in every regard. How we managed to escape undetected, I have no idea. I can but pray that our ruse will remain intact. The wolf burglar led the others into the waterways below. We should follow him. So are we going back to where we first met Yojimbo within this game? Oh, what? I can't jump over? Okay. Shit, how do I get down there then? If I can't jump over. Oh, there we go. Yay, we figured it out. Go team. Been down here before? If so, you might have met my friends already. Contemptible lot, all Kagane's cast-offs. If anyone's heard a peep from your quarry, it'll be them. Come on then, don't be shy. Ah, so that explains this room, because I remember coming into this little place when we were unlocking that one dungeon, and it just seemed like weird that there were NPCs here and nothing happened. You're looking well for a rat bastard. Takes a wolf to know a rat, eh? So what do we owe the pleasure? More importantly, how'd you slip free of the Sekisugumi's noose? With my dashing good looks and my silver tongue, how else? But never you mind that. I need information, Koju. Do you now? Or is the Sekisugumi at your shoulder the one asking questions? No need to give the lad a hard time. He did right by me, and I mean to return the favor. Yeah? You're helping him? You gone mad? Eh, well, even if I have, it's nothing you and yours need worry your pretty little heads over. Give us a hand, and we'll help get out your hair. Wolf's honor. Sorry, I'm reading too fast to pronounce things properly. They're not a bad bunch, really. Most tried to make a living on the straight and narrow, and some even had a mind to join the Sekisugumi, like you, but were found wanting for this reason or that. When honest work's no longer an option, that leaves the other sort. The dangerous, the disreputable, the dirty. Somebody's got to do it, so these industrious souls pick up the slack. Maybe they're not the cream you'd prefer to hobnob with, but while you're in their company, I'd ask that you comport yourselves with a modicum of civility. I should like to believe I have done just that. You'll forgive me if I've given you any reason to think otherwise. See? Fast friends, we all are. Right then, we're after a bloke what goes by the moniker Yojimbo. Heard tell the man? Yojimbo? No, can't say it rings a bell. Oi, any of you know a fella by the name of Yojimbo? Oh, there you have it. Might be different if he had a bounty on his head. What'd he do anyway? Piss in the Bugyo's rice porridge? Heh, if only. Stole the Sobro Sukahiro he did. Bugger me, that's a beauty. Wonder why though? Finding a buyer even through the black market would be a challenge and a half. And if he'd even put out the word he was looking, we'd have heard about it by now. I'd come all this way and leave with nothing. Here, let's not call it a day just yet. Assuming this Yojimbo didn't steal the sword for the challenge, there's only two reasons he'd take it. To sell it, or to keep it? If it's not about the money, then I doubt this is his first prize, or his last. Hark! My keen inspector sense whispers and speaks of a thieving collector of swords. Yes, there can be no mistake. Aye, what he said, I suppose. If he's a collector, then only the best will do. Which means his next target might be, oh, I don't know, the Ame no Murakumo? Wait, the Ame no Murakumo? But I thought that was nothing more than a fairy tale. Do you mean to say the fabled Sword of Eld actually exists? A giant kami tried to kill me and my friends with it, but I deflected the blow. Yeah! You what? I have so many questions, but first, where did this all happen? Housed within the Kojin of the Red's treasure vault, huh? If that's the case, then it seems to me you ought to continue searching the Ruby Sea, no? It might well be the best place for us to look. In that case, let us brook no further delay and head to the Ruby Sea at once. Everybody just gets a kick out of our boy Hildibrand. To think the Ame no Murakumo is not only real, but that it was brought to bear against you and yours by a kami of unfathomable strength. In any event, we now know where we might search, the Ruby Sea. Before I leave, however, there is a matter of great import which I must attend. Well, perhaps great import is something of an overstatement. I speak of the inspector's early advice concerning my garments. I will meet you at the Ruby Price after I have changed. Pray go on ahead without me. I insist. Well, okay then. Truly there is no rest for the righteous, or whatever term one might use to describe Hildibrand Halidor Maximilian Mandeville. All set for another trip into the glittering westward expanse? I know I am. Let us hop aboard for the next ferry. Let us hop aboard the next ferry to the Ruby Price and wait for Shiguri there, as he requested. Come along. Off we go. So we'll head to Kagane's main aetherite and then teleport out from there, because that's the only way to get directly to the Ruby Price. What? But it says they're right here. Ah, down here. Okay. Oh, it's Shiguri! Over here, over here! Oh, he's got a... Immediately he reminded me of Cloud for some reason. But, by the kami, I thought you were someone else at first. Well, since it was suggested that I should wear something other than the garments of the Sekisagumi for a time, I paid a visit to Kagane Dori and purchased something completely unlike my usual attire. It's quite the change, but very much for the better, if I do say so myself. I didn't realize you could be so fashionable. Fashionable? But please, Nashu, you give me too much credit. I'll say, that getup with those Zori? I don't see that becoming a trend. Not that it matters. We didn't come here to mess about, eh? We got a collector to catch. Assuming he's after the Ame no Murakumo, and we've got to get to the Isle of Zeki. Any ideas? By air or by underwater passage, eh? Bit more tricky than I thought. Without the blessing of the Kojin, the latter seems almost impossible. What about that bird of yours? Mintaro, was it? What the inspector did to him? He'll be keeping a wide berth, I reckon. Somebody's even fit to fly. It was a somewhat traumatic experience for all involved, yeah. Forgive me my bluntness, my wolfish compatriot, but it occurs to me that we have yet to hear your motives for attempting to steal the Soboro Sukahiro from Master Akabono. Did not Koju say that selling such a blade would be extraordinarily difficult? It's not stealing to take back what was stolen. That black-hearted bastard Akabono pried it from the hands of its rightful owner. He was a humble samurai who lived a humble life, devoid of most luxuries. Righteous man who'd never turn his back on those in need. Certainly not a young Lupin boy who'd fled Doma during the occupation. The two lived as father and son, with few comforts save each other's company. Then one day, a merchant came calling, asking after the samurai's sword, asking him to part with his one prized possession. But a sword is a samurai's soul, and he'd sooner die than sell it, even for a fortune. With the merchant, he's not the sort to go quietly into the night. He changes tack and worms his way into the samurai's affairs. Small sums at first, but bigger than bigger, and before he knows it, the samurai owes the merchant a veritable mountain of coin. And so he pledges his blade as collateral. The samurai worked day and night to reclaim his honor. But while strong in spirit, he was weak in body. He fell sick, and soon after passed away, leaving his Lupin charge alone in this unjust world. All this time, you were only... He left Kigane for a time and returned years later from Yangsha, having learned the ways of the shinobi that he might honor his adoptive father by helping others as he had helped him as a child. Chivalrous guise for a personal vendetta, perhaps. More than anything, he yearned to reclaim the samurai's sword, the last surviving memento of their time together, that he might wear it with pride. All this time, Master Akabono was your main objective. When you broke into his shop in the Rakuza district, you were searching for the Soboro Sukahiro. You kept a close eye on him, even as you continued to target other disreputable merchants, that you might drive him to take additional measures to protect the sword, knowing that in so doing, he would eventually reveal its location. Then it is settled. The Soboro Sukahiro must be returned to its rightful owner. Hey, if it's so hard for people to reach the Isle of Zeki, how is Yojimbo planning to get there? That I do not know, but regardless, if he was headed there, someone must have noticed his passing. I say we question the pirates of Sakazuki, and see if any have observed a traveler resembling Yojimbo of late. We are of the same mind, Shigure. To Sakazuki, post-haste! Well, that was a touching story for our friendly wolf burglar. Though I wonder if the wolf burglar is ever going to get an actual name. So now we know he's not just Robin Hood, but he was a robbed Robin Hood. Robbed in hood? But he doesn't wear a hood, so that doesn't really work. Yeah. To whom must we talk here? Ah, there they are. I remember you. Looking for more dead men. Real thin samurai with a wide-brimmed hat and oversized geta. Travel like that would not escape my notice. Which is to say, I'm confident I haven't seen him. Sorry to disappoint you. Not at all, my friend. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us. As I said before, my good woman, when at first you don't succeed, make inquiries again. Let us away. And away we shall. Oh, there we go. What was that? Lanky samurai with a large hat? As it happens, I spoke with a traveler like that. I had a dog with him, too. Sure enough, he had a mind to head to the Halizeki. Couldn't imagine why, what with the red being as unwelcoming as they are, and there being no place to dock a boat. I told him as much, but he shrugged it off and went on his merry way. Come to think of it, did I see that dog of his not long ago? On the beach below, wandering about, I hope he didn't abandon him. You have been tremendously helpful. 1,000 thanks to you. Surely the canine in question is Daigoro. We must gather the others and search for Jim's beloved companion at once. Daigoro! Here, Daigoro! Oh, he's a good boy. Oh, I think I see him over there. Huh. Maybe he doesn't like us anymore. No, you just gotta give the pup the right incentive is all. Incentive? Surely it can't be that simple. See for yourself. Woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. So that's all it takes to win him over, huh? A single Koban. Greedy little thing. Hush, hush, Shiguri. Daigoro's a good dog, and now he will lead us to his master. Woof, woof. That is a good boy. That is the bestest of boys. This is quite a fix indeed. Oh, that's what his woof sounds like. Daigoro, what are you doing here? I thought I told you to wait for me. Hildy? Jim, my good man! I mean, you rapscallion! You've nowhere to run! Cease your shenanigans and relinquish this Soboro Sugahiro at once. I will do no such things. Ever since I was bested by your tight-lipped associate over yonder, I yearned for an opportunity to redeem myself. And so I set about searching for stronger swords with which I might bring my everything to bear. I thought to claim victory with the Ameno Murakuma in hand. But if circumstances demand we settle this here and now, then so be it. Stay your hand, my friend. Though I know you only mean well, securing the sword is a grave responsibility, which falls to... I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, will resolve this conflict and reclaim the sword. Prepare to be amazed as the Soboro Sugahiro is delivered into my waiting arms. Daigoro! Oh, Daigoro! Come here and let Hildy give you a great big belly rub. Daigoro, you will do no such thing. What? Betrayed. The inspector does come from a wealthy family, so maybe he smells of money. Until you surrender the Sobro Sugihiro, I will give Daigoro the most furious of belly rubs, thereby depriving you of the pleasure. Such is my ultimatum. Daigoro! Daigoro, return to me this instant! Oh, fie on it. You win. The sword is yours. By the Kami, I can't believe that actually worked. Inspector Hildibrand's powers of negotiation are impressive. Oh, no, you didn't. Mummy! Hildibrand has returned to his natural state. Wait, where's the Sobro Sugihiro? Right where it belongs. You fiend. Return it at once. That's far enough, all of you. Bugger me. Where did they come from? This isn't over. Shiguri, what is this I hear about you setting free a notorious fugitive? Explain yourself at once. Well, you see, Inspector Hildibrand and I, in order to track down Yojimbo and the Sobro Sugihiro, we needed to enlist the assistance of the Wolf Burglar. To that end, we removed him from the jail. Temporarily, of course, with every intention of returning him to his cell. And how do you intend to do so when your prisoner has taken flight? Shiguri, I charge you with aiding and abetting a criminal in their escape. Be reasonable. You know full well that Shiguri You know full well that everything Shiguri did was to achieve a greater good, to uphold the law of the land. We will return the Sobro Sugihiro and the Wolf Burglar, I swear to you. Your actions in service to the Sekisugumi are not unknown to me. Nevertheless, Shiguri must be held to account for his. To make an exception at your request would only compound the offense. No man is above the law, not even our own. Poor Shiguri. Everything was looking bright for him, and now it's just gone to poop. Give me a second, just updating Twitter. There we go. What a miscarriage of justice to see our Shiguri spirited away like a common criminal. Complete disregard for the extenuating circumstances. It falls to us to find a way to right this wrong. But this is no place to devise a plan. To Kugane, my friends! And I mean, we still need to apparently bring what's his name? Akabono? Bring Mustachio. We need to, you know, bring him to justice as well. It's interesting, though. I thought this was the last quest in this section. No, there are two more. Why does every site have a different layout of how many quests there are? That's really weird. Oh yeah, there's two more in this quest line. I know recasting Peloton does nothing, I just like to do it. I like to get to play a flute. Oh, my good woman, I hardly know where to begin. Ever since our return, I have been racking my brain trying to conceive of a means by which we might free Shiguri from his predicament, but to no avail. By absconding with the sword, the wolf burglar has done us no favors. And yet, I do not think his tale of the samurai Nakabono was a lie. My keen inspector's sense tells me that the many threads of this tale are converging upon a single point not far from now, in which all truths shall be laid bare for all to see. Core, that's what I like to hear. And I agree, I don't think the wolf burglar's bad at all. Once the Psychic Sagumi realize that, they're sure to let Shiguri off the hook, don't you think? I most certainly do, Nashu. Furthermore, I say that to hasten this most desirous of resolutions, I must begin investigating Master Akabono at once. Hold the fort while I'm gone, my stalwart assistant. Yes, sir, Inspector. I don't know what he's about, but I'm sure it'll be brilliant. Or it'll somehow ruin the case, but then everything will turn out for the better at the end. Yeah. I suppose this day was bound to come. No matter. Soon there will be nothing in this world beyond my grasp. I've been waiting for those evil machinations to show up that he referred to way earlier. Hildibrand will return in. The past is never past. Again, they put so much love into all this. Oh. That's a lot of Hildibrand. That's a lot of Hildibrand back to back. Oh. Just getting a good stretch in. Oh. It's a lot of Hildibrand and a lot of talking. How are all of you holding up? How are y'all enjoying the story so far? Are you finding it to be as fun and ridiculous as I? Oh, excuse me. Sorry, just taking a moment to catch my breath from all of this talking and acting. Apparently, the Onion put out a comic that is very, very much a big attack on gatekeeping nerds, so that's pretty cool. Like that. You gotta love when the Onion does that, or when anybody does it, really, because you know, fuck gatekeeping. I need to get a poster that says that and put it somewhere up in this smorgasbord of things here. I'm actually considering an idea of getting frames for posters that I have, and maybe having a point reward of like swapping out the posters or something. Or maybe I'll just put a different poster up randomly on different streams, and you know, all that. All sorts of different things to keep the vibe alive, keep the spirit going. Alright, so we have 2 more quests in this section of the Hildibrand quest. We don't have to worry about the, what do you call it? The maintenance. We don't have to worry about the maintenance interfering here, because maintenance won't be starting until 1 a.m. my time, 11 p.m. Pacific. I guess that'd be, what, 2 a.m. Eastern? So yeah, and I doubt we'll be going until 1 a.m. Highly doubt it. Hopefully not. But now, okay, I do want to check, though, if that one site had the number of quests wrong for this, then are there more than 2 quests in... Okay, no, there's only... This says only the 2 quests in Endwalker for now. So, provided this site is correct and not wrong like the others have been. Alright. So, let's dive into the next one. The past is never past. Like a moth to the flame, but... Like a moth to the flame. But why else would you come if not for Nashu Makaraka and Inspector Hildibrand's shenanigans? That's true. Oh, where in the world could he be? Oh, it's you! I don't suppose you bumped into Inspector Hildibrand roaming about, have you? Making his inquiries? Oh, ever since Shiguri got detained by the Sekisugumi, the Inspector's been busy looking into the affairs of Master Akabono, but to no avail. Never fear, my faithful assistants, I have returned. Your unwavering loyalty to the pursuit of honor and justice and a hard-boiled egg is to be commended, my good woman. I might go so far as to say that, in all my years as an inspector, I have known no fan more passionate than you. But speaking of fans, during the course of my investigation into the darker rumors concerning Master Akabono, I received a mysterious missive I can but presume was penned by one of my many admirers. Gosh, Inspector Hildibrand, even in the Far East, you've got yourself a following. Can I see it? Certainly, Nashu. Wait a second. Oh, okay, good. That's interesting. It's definitely not written by a Hingen, but they don't seem to be too good with their Eorzean letters. Yea, something of light. You who seeks the strongest of swords, the Sobro Sukahiro, know that I have laid claim to this most priceless treasure. If you would make it yours, meet me upon Kagane Ohashi for a duel to end all duels. Sincerely, you know who. The something of light, you say? Why, he must be referring to none other than my humble self, the one and only Gentleman of Light. That said, I would much rather resolve this dispute without resorting to duels and the like. Wait here, my friends, while I go and attempt to reason with this misguided ruffian. I'm pretty sure they wrote warrior, not gentleman. Which probably means they're talking about Kuroja? What do you think, Inspector? Inspector Hildibrand? What do you mean he up and ran off? And why are you still standing here? We should hurry up and try to catch him before he does something silly. Oh, he's gonna already do something silly. There's no stopping that man. There's no stopping the silliness of that man. So whereabouts are we to be this time? The Thavnarian Consulate, okay. To the Thavnarian Consulate we go. Oh, and real quick, just because I need to do this as a streamer, and I never do this, and I keep forgetting to ever do this. Hey, if you're watching and you're not a follower, hey, maybe give a follow. Much appreciated, and you'll find out when I'm going live and stuff, and you get more shenanigans like this, and me poorly trying to voice act a bunch of people, and all that fun. So toss a follow my way if you're not. It'd be awesome. All right, back from shameless self-advertising into Hildibrand, who is stuck in the ground again. It's too late for you, Bradbury. You already signed the contract. You're already locked in. I mean, you know about the cancellation fee. You read the fine print, so you're stuck. I'm sorry. Is that you, Kuroja? As you can see, I seem to have found myself in a pickle, and by pickle I mean the ground. Kagane Ohashi lies beyond this gate, but before I could pass through, I found myself suddenly accosted, then inverted, then embedded thusly by the dear but misguided Jim. The duel I must regrettably leave up to you. A duty! A duty, is it? It's a trial. Well, how about that? Oh, and Barrius is offline. Everybody's offline, actually. How is everybody that I know offline? That is incredible. Hope I get the barding. Do you not want to fire up the game and join in? No? Just maybe, possibly? No? If it's to be a samurai duel, I feel being on my samurai would only be fitting. What outfit to wear? Yeah, let's go with that one. Sorry, not playing tonight. Been laying down watching your stream. Word. Well, hopefully I can get into this quick enough. I mean, it seems there's enough people doing this right now that, or enough people going through this questline right now that we should be good. Wait time of less than 5 minutes. All right. I think, are they... Oh, they're a Dark Knight. Okay. Hey, there we go! I did not expect we'd get in that quick. That's amazing. Because someone preferred I show up and be present. You are free to do what you want. But I do appreciate when people take time out of their day to hang out with me. Oh. For far too long have I waited for this rematch. The Soboro Sukahiro may have brought us together, but 'twas fate that ordained we engage in glorious fisticuffs, but with swords, once more. The duel will be mine this day! Well, alrighty. Jimbo, it is Gilgameshing time! Oh boy. This is I, the man, the myth, the legend! Ooh. Oh boy. Didn't get third eye in time, oh well. Oh, over here, over here. No, where's my... There it is. There's my bloodbath. Burglar might have been a bad choice. I haven't played it in so long. There we go. You have some skill, I'll give you that, but Gilgamesh has only just begun to fight. Oh, shit. Oh, that wiped all of us. All of us but 3 people. Oh, damn. Okay, so apparently they got rid of Satsu Kaiten? Huh. Interesting, they got rid of that, of all abilities. Wow, and a whole bunch of people just left. That gives me time to check my skill list here. I can't remember what Showa is. Oh, it's a level 80 skill, okay. Huh. Yeah, they just dipped right the hell out. As most people I've seen rage quit in a regular trial. Ah. I don't know what I should put in the place of Satsu Kaiten. Alright, let's try this again. Now that I'm remembering how to do samurai. Yeah. Usually only see that when you're doing Circus Tower. The Crystal Tower series. Ah. There we go. Everybody stack! Stack them Doritos! There we go. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm good. I'm safe here. Alright. Here we go. Didn't get the third eye up in time. Didn't get it up in time again. Oh no, maybe I did. Yeah, okay. Woo, good. Go me. I got you, bud. Oh, none of us got that tank. Damn. Ooh. Oh. That was painful. Oh crap, I didn't see the dragon heads. Oh, buddy. Did we get him? We got him! I yield! I yield! Throw myself upon your boundless mercy and beg forgiveness, please! Woo! Oh, Yojimbo barding. I didn't get it. Rolled a 45. But hey, I got a player commendation. Never seen a max Exodus for that raid either? I have. I have a couple times. It's, yeah. It you know, there was that period, if you remember, right after the WoW Exodus, there was a period there where, like, people basically would just get so freaking rage monster over someone not knowing how to do something. They just quit, but it was like a bunch of them would quit. Like one person or two people drop, and then everyone else would drop because they're like, well, you know, we don't have a team anymore. It's like, why? Why the fuck do that? Which is so rude. we meet again, Hildy. Greg? Greg, I say, you are a sight for sore eyes. However did you come to be here in Kugane? In the Far East, for that matter. Ah, well, you see, the thing about that is... I say, to think that Greg was masquerading as Jim this entire time. Indeed, I was. After Kuroja bested me a second time, I quit Ailers and embarked upon a journey to distant lands, that I might hone my skills in preparation for our inevitable third bout. When I saw you had misread my carefully written words and come in her stead, I felt I had no choice but to remove you from the field forcibly. Pray forgive my unkindness, Hildy. Now, Greg, there is no need for apologies between friends. Yet again, I must ask, though, how did you come to be here, in Kugane, as a ronin of much repute and a remarkably thin waist? I know it seems far-fetched, even insulting to your intelligence, but there's a simple and highly satisfying explanation. In my quest to hone my skills and procure more powerful weapons overseas, I neglected to budget properly for food and drink, and soon found myself bereft of both. Driven to a deathly hunger, I fell to my knees, and in that instant looked to my bosom friend, the painted rooster that had offered me companionship in my darkest hour. When dawn broke the following day, I was alone once more, a sliver of strength restored by the terrible sacrifice of my comrade, whose body and soul I would carry with me forever. Wow, Hildy ate Enkidu. That... wow. Losing a lot of respect for Hildy. Or not for Hildy. For Gilgamesh. For Greg. Wow. By his grace, I survived for days and days after, until I chanced to cross paths with a stray dog. He, too, was clearly a victim of the slings and arrows of outrageous misfortune, and in each other we found kindred spirits, we orphans of fate. Thus did I name him Daigoro, and thereafter did we travel as one, working together that we might both live to see another day. When we at last arrived at Kugane, I sought employment as a mercenary to rebuild my misspent savings and resume my search for the strongest in swords. It was through such ventures that I acquired the Zenmato, in fact, and began to build my reputation as Yojimbo. Naturally, a legendary ronin must dress to meet the expectations of his clients, and so I assembled an outfit that would satisfy those who requested my services. Kageyama was one such client. When I saw that Kuroja and her comrades were to be my opponent, though, I quickly realized he had not paid me nearly enough. More fool me. Needless to say, the sight of the woman who had bested me twice before was enough to rekindle the competitive spirit with me. And so when I heard tell of the Soboro Sukihiro, I knew I must claim it in preparation for our battle. The rest, you know. Truly a riveting tale. And tragic besides, for though I fought with all my strength, yet again was I defeated by the great and powerful warrior of light. As I said to you on the bridge, no more tricks. I have taken my shot and fallen short. And so I will cease my shenanigans and instead pledge my complete support to your endeavors, that I might make amends for my misdeeds. And we should be glad to have it, Greg. Welcome aboard. Let us return to Nashu and share with her the wonderful news. You too, Greg. You're a full-fledged assistant now. So Yojimbo was Gilgamesh the whole time. Ha. Ha. That's quite the turn. Oh yeah, let's go back to being a bard. Yeah, Ruck is a district to work. Greetings, everyone. Whatever is the matter, Nashu? It's Shiguri. As punishment for helping the wolf burglar escape, he's been sentenced to death by ritual suicide. This is indeed a disturbing development, Hildy. We have no time to spare, my friends. Presuming the wolf burglar is in the wind, our only recourse is to delve deeper into the hidden past of Master Akabono and uncover proof that the sword he claims was stolen was first stolen by he himself. Divide and conquer, Agents of Inquiry style. Well, alrighty. Are we going to talk to the same people we talked to last time? Yeah, one of them is at least. How did Akabono earn his fortune, you ask? By peddling a variety of medicinal wares for all manner of purposes. From what I heard, they were all remarkably effective and popular. He still enjoys reputation as a premier source of alchemical goods. Would that I had the coin to afford such luxurious potions and potables. His clientele spends on a visit what I heard in a month. So that's sus. That's sus indeed. Ah, there we are. I should be glad to speak of Master Akabono to you, albeit solely with regards to his character as a businessman. Like all who have risen to mercantile prominence, he has been at the center of rumor and intrigue. For every man who sings his praises, there is another who would curse his name. None will deny the efficacy of his medicines, which is to be expected, given that he utilizes the finest ingredients from that birthplace of alchemy, Radzatan. His satisfied customers are beyond counting. On the other hand, none can deny his exorbitant profits, the exorbitant profits he has reaped by tightly controlling the supply of Honish ingredients. Absent competition, he is free to dictate prices as he sees fit. Unfortunately, this has led many in desperate need of his miraculous medicines to spend their entire life savings or seek assistance from disreputable moneylenders. His practices are, ultimately, wholly within the confines of the law. So again, as a businessman, he is to be lauded for his success. But I will say nothing on his morals or ethics, or lack thereof. So he charges so much that some people have to take out loans. I feel like there's got to be something to that. For a second I thought, instead of Aijin District, I thought it said Gym District. Yeah, Rakuza District, there we go. Have you tantalizing tidbits of information to share, my good woman? Come, out with it. Yeah, I want to focus on that part, the exorbitant prices. Man who preys on the sick and needy for personal gain, is he? As expected, there is far more to Master Akabono than meets the eye. Inspector! We've got to hurry! Shiguri's execution is going to be carried out any moment now if we don't do something. What? Already? And there I was, hoping we might first conduct a thorough investigation and uncover information with which we might convince them to set the poor man free. But absent that... there are many roads which lead to just ends. If we must take a shortcut to avert a grave miscarriage of justice, then so be it. Are we about to bomb the Sekisegumi? Is that what we're about to do? Are we gonna throw a bomb in there or something? Honored brothers, I will not beg your forgiveness. Only pray that by this humble offering of my life, that I might absolve the Sekisagumi of the shame I have brought upon it through my misdeeds. What is the meaning of this? That man is an imposter. Seize him! Seize him at once! Shiguri! Shiguri! Now is your chance to escape! I will do no such thing. I may have lost what little honor was mine in life. At least I can reclaim it in death. Honor's yet yours, samurai. Oh! Hey, buddy! You need not cut your belly open this day, Shiguri, for you have the Soburo Sugihiro and the infamous wolf burglar besides. But why? We had a deal, remember? Temporary release, and I'm a wolf of my word. This is indeed the Soburo Sukihiro. Very well. Escort the wolf burglar back to his cell and send a runner to Master Akabono's estate at once. We are far from finished, Shiguri. The wolf burglar may be in custody once more, but you must still answer for your reckless actions. Therefore, after further deliberation, I have decided that you will conduct a formal investigation into the rumors surrounding Master Akabono and... Oh, well that's a good turn. It will not be necessary. Indeed, with the return of the wolf burglar, I believe we can consider this tiresome affair resolved. I'm just presuming that this is going to be Akabono. Just presuming. Oh, it's not. Okay. Master Kumode! Wait, I know you. Master Akabono's guest. The one the Geico threw into the wall. Oh, surely you must be mistaken. I have no recollection of any such events, or of you for that matter. Anyway, as I said before, I believe there is no need for further investigation. Should you deem otherwise, you are free to proceed. However, such wasteful expenditures may force us to reconsider the resources we allocate you and yours next year. Rest assured, Master Kumode, we value your counsel deeply, and should be glad to defer to your judgment. Shiguri, the matter of the Soburo Sugihiro and Master Akabono is now closed. That will be all. Yes, that will be all. That's new. Ha ha ha! Verily, I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, have once more done the impossible and saved a man from certain death. A shame that the others seemed so eager to wash their hands of the affair. Not Shiguri, though. I understand he still has a question. He still has questions for the wolf burglar. Well, there we go. Alright, I'm gonna update Twitter one more time. There we go. Don't do the Dew Prism. Shiguri wants answers now, or he wants them eventually. Oh, we're gonna unlock the Manderville Mambo. What ho, Shiguri? Over here! My friends, I cannot thank you enough. Had you not arrived when you had, I would not be standing before you now. You will forgive me for dispensing with further expressions of gratitude, for I've just returned from the jail where I spoke with the wolf burglar, who shared with me some rather troubling information. Do not keep us in suspense, my good man. What is it? Not long after we delivered the wolf burglar into the custody of the Psychic Segumi, Master Akabono stormed into the jail and began berating the turnkey, demanding that they return the stolen contents of his safe. You may recall that we spoke with Master Akabono concerning this theft shortly after we first met. He was rather secretive regarding said contents at that time, but the wolf burglar said it was an unmarked satchel filled with a white powder. Given Master Akabono's reputation as a purveyor of medicines, our chivalrous thief resolved to steal it for the benefit of the poor and needy, as is his wont. However, since there was nothing to identify what manner of medicine it was, the wolf burglar decided to hold on to it for safekeeping. Plainly, however, it was no ordinary medicine. Why else would Master Akabono clamor for it so? My keen inspector's sense is tingling. Where is this satchel now? In the possession of the men and women of the waterways. They will not admit this, however, unless we give them the proper password. As above, so below. Understood. Let us hasten to their den of iniquity. So is it steroids? Is that what it is? They're getting into steroids? That kind of seems like what we're getting into here. It's steroids. Knew you lot would turn up again sooner or later. I didn't expect to be bringing along another unfamiliar face, though. No matter, I like the cut of his jib. So, what are you after this time? A certain satchel containing a certain white powder which once belonged to a certain merchant. The wolf burglar told me you'd have it. If he did, then he'd have told you the magic words, too. Oh yes, of course. They are Soar high above and never go low. What? Kami, take me. No, this is no time for fun and games, Inspector. As above, so get low, get low, get low, get low. I'll go wither the wild rose bloom, so that's a callback. Or, let me get back to it. Yeah, as above, so below. Aye, and that's it. Nothing personal, but we've got to be careful. Damned if I know what it is, but my gut tells me it's nothing no honest man would keep in a locked safe. That said, a suspicious powder is far from incontrovertible proof of criminal misdeeds. We need to first determine what it is. Any ideas how we might do so? Seek the assistance of a Hanish alchemist or someone versed in their alchemical traditions? Perhaps someone at the Thavnarian consulate? Brilliant minds think alike, for I too reached that conclusion but a moment ago. To the Thavnarian consulate, my friends. Here, you can't simply go and bang on the gates of a foreign consulate and expect to... Never mind. Is that an alpha I spy? That is. Oh, somebody brought an alpha. Alright, so the Thavnarian consulate's all on the opposite side, so we'll just go back to the main Kugani Aetheryte here. And to the Thavnarian consulate we go. Alright. Hi, Molnith. It is all rather sudden, I realize, but to reiterate, it is of the utmost importance that we speak with your superiors. To reiterate, have you lot an appointment or not? Not as such, no. My hands are tied. There are procedures, samurai, and much paperwork. No exceptions can be made. In normal circumstances, I would agree, but this is a matter of public safety and welfare. Surely an exception can be made. What ho, young Manderville man? Who's this? Oh, it's Daddy-O. Father! What brings you to the far side of the world? A complex series of events too exhausting to detail. Of greater importance is what brings us to the consulate. You see, we must needs enlist the assistance of a Hanish alchemist, or one with an encyclopedic knowledge of Hanish reagents. How fortunate, then, that we should chance to meet. I am a representative of the Sajatra concern, of Radatan, should you not know the name. We trade in all manner of alchemical goods. If your quandary requires the expertise of one versed in such wares, pray permit me to assist you. Indeed, to aid the son of Lord Godbert Manderville and his comrades would be an honor most great. That is the most generous of you. Far be it from us to refuse. Perhaps a change of venue is in order. I say, let us not impose upon these hard-working keepers of the peace any longer. In case you can't tell, I struggle to find a way to do both Hildibrand and Godbirds. This powder, it is most fascinating. An ingredient of Hanish origin, this is true, but Not one intended for medicinal purposes. Dangerous purposes, rather, and for this reason, its sale is forbidden. In the hands of a master alchemist, it could be used to create dew prism. I'm sorry, dew prism? A most wonderful drug. A mere thimbleful is enough to befuddle the senses and render even the most strong-willed subject susceptible to any and all commands. You may be assured this is not an exaggeration. Resistance is, most regrettably, quite futile. Undetectable, it is, save for the occasional glimmer in the eyes, changing of the color, fleeting and impossible. By the Kami, I've seen such a glimmer before. Oh? Are you quite certain it was not a trick of the light? I saw it too. Master Commode is being manipulated. Well deduced, my faithful assistants and undying fan. I was just about to voice the same conclusion. Well, if what you say is true, then a most terrible crime has been committed. Evidence must be gathered, and those responsible must be punished. It all makes sense now. Why else would the chief coin counter of the Saikisagumi press so strongly to end an investigation into a modest merchant? Because he drugged him during their meeting. At last, we have our motive, means, and opportunity. Come, let's put an end to this once and for all. How wonderful it is to see Hildy's infectious enthusiasm inspire others to rise to the occasion once more. Well then, do not let me detain you. Alright. So we have confirmation of what it is. Like, I guess in a way, witness testimony of what it is. And we have two people that can confirm that we saw someone under the influence of it. And the wolf burglar can admit that he stole it from Akabono's safe, but then again, he could always reframe it as, well, it wasn't from my safe, it must have been something else that he had. Akabono, we call on you to come forth and answer for your dastardly deeds. Doesn't seem like anybody's home, does it? Wherever could he possibly be? Huh? That's impossible. Oh no, did he get the wolf on his side? Ha! Oh, you'd seen the last of me, did you? As if I'd content myself with sitting in a jail I could escape on a whim while you lot bungle your chance to bring my nemesis to justice. And by escaping on someone else's watch, no one can pin the blame on you this time, huh? Wouldn't want to repeat it before. Don't tell me this was your plan all along. Secure my freedom so we could expose Akabono's crimes together? Reclaim the Sobor Sukihiro into the bargain, yeah. This is no small undertaking, and I knew I'd need all the help I can get. Now that we're all on the same page, let's be on our way. Bastard's bound for the Isle of Becca, off to meet with a silent partner, I'm told. Capital! If we hurry, perhaps we can beat Akabono to the punch. He may be an idiot, but he's got the right idea. There's no time to waste. Very well. That is the way the wind's blowing. Let no one say I don't also blow. You might want to work on the work on the phrasing there, but yeah, we got you, bud. All right. Clipped. And telemeser, there we go. Got me to admit that I blow? Okay. Man, I haven't been here in forever either. Oh, uh-oh. What? Why can I not get... Okay, fine. That hole doesn't want it, then we'll go this way. There we go. So many memories. So many memories of so much time spent just chilling out here before going into the thing, the tower thing, the big tower thing to do the leveling, the fucking what do you call it? Wherever it is here. Damn, that is no help. The thing, though. You know the thing. I can't remember the name of it now. This is the place, I'm sure of it. All we have to do is wait. Well then. Whoa! Father? By the Kami! Could it be that the Inspector's father is in league with Akabono? Don't be daft. Look closer. Oh, excuse me. As always, your discretion in these matters is greatly appreciated. It is yours, Master Akabono. But to the matter at hand, the Dew Prison. It has served you well? Met your expectations, I trust? Indeed, exceeded them, I should say. Never in my wildest dreams could I have imagined that a drug could be so powerful, so effective. Tasteless, odorless, colorless. The chief coin counter had no idea his drink had been compromised. He has already proven to be a most useful tool in manipulating the Sekisagumi. More than worth the regular upkeep to keep him in my thrall. Now that the Saburo Sukihiro is back where it belongs, I can set my sights on much bigger prizes. Ibugosho, perhaps? Magistrate Akebono? Why not? All Kugane is mine for the taking. You are more right than you know, Master Akebono. For I come bearing a gift courtesy of Manderville and Manderville, a most illustrious Eorzean consortium, of which you have doubtless heard. Their resources are considerable, and their influence extends far beyond the borders of Aldenard. And all their wealth pales in comparison to what I present to you now. As we discussed, Lord Godbert, you will serve Master Akebono faithfully and without question. Will you not? Oh no. We wouldn't have been able to tell if his eyes were flashing because he wears sunglasses. But of course. Kami Verfend. He's under the influence of Dew Prism. Wait, you fool! Now is not the time! Father, 'tis I, your beloved son Hildibrand! Hearken to me, these men are villains! You are being deceived! The inspector arrives, as I knew he would. Doubtless your friends are cowering and hiding. Just as well. In one fell swoop we shall bring an end to this farce. I call upon Eorzea's most fearsome of goldsmiths. I call upon the hammer. Go forth and lay waste to these interlopers. Oh dear. Magnificent! Finish them all! Finish everyone! He did say finish everyone. He probably should have thought about his phrasing there. Foes to you, Hildibrand, Helidor, Maximilian Manderville. Forgive me, father, but you know not what you do! Manderville! All these great and heartwarming moments. Aww. Manderville man! Abort, father, abort! Spare me the... Whew, I'm spent. Huh? What happened here? Well, this is all very embarrassing indeed. 1,000 pardons to you for all my rather excessive display of martial prowess. Oh, and it should go without saying, but Manderville and Manderville will be severing all ties with Sadrata concerned. Rejoice, my friend, for we have reclaimed the Soboro Sukahiro once more. How fortunate that the dastardly Akabono would be so loath to set it aside, that he would rather bring it with him to his secret rendezvous. Final favor, if you'll indulge me. Laid at my father's grave. Right then. I suppose you'll be wanting to get me back to the jail. Regardless of the reasons, a crime is a crime, and mine are many. An upstanding Psychosegumi like yourself must adhere to a code, no? Indeed I must, which is why it will be with much regret that I inform my superiors I have seen neither hide nor hair of the notorious wolf burglar. Huh? You sure about this? Not if you ask me again. Go to your father. Shigure has the right of it. You should be the one to bring your father's spirit the comfort and closure it deserves. You're mad. Each and every one of you. Even the samurai. I love you all the more for it. Thank you. Told fast. Oh, God. I can't remember Greg's voice. Oh. Told fast to righteous creed, yet recognized when too rigid adherence would result in greater injustice. Truly, I am privileged to witness the display of nuanced nobility. Would that, like the burglar, I might find a measure of peace in mourning my own dearly departed. Oh, Enkidu, if only you knew how sorry I am. Enkidu! But how? Then what was it I ate that fateful day? Fools. Think you this the end? I think not. Huzzah! You belong to me now, Ronin. Now, spirit me away from this place. Far, far, far away. Far, far, far away? Greg, no! Cease your egress! Beyond the rift that lies between, to wondrous worlds yet unseen. Oh no! Wait, no, Mummy! This is going to get worse before it gets better! Wait for me, Inspector! Oh, there goes my beloved son. Not content to fly off into the skies before, this time he likes to take his leave by vanishing into the earth. Brief though our time was together, I cannot deny how much he has grown, both as an inspector extraordinaire and a Manderville man besides. I say, a father could not be more proud. Well then! And off goes Lord Godbert, along with Akabono. I should thank him for that. Nothing left for us but to follow them back to Kulane, I suppose. Are you ready? Good, then let us be off. I was wondering if it was going to be Julian showing up again to bash him into the atmosphere, or what. To the Raykuza district we go. Okay. I guess we go down this way. I cannot even begin to imagine where I would be had I never crossed paths with you and your comrades. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you for everything. The Sekisugumi have concluded that even before the chief coin counter fell under Akebono's thrall, he willingly and enthusiastically conspired with the merchant to elicit ends, and so he will be held to account. As for Akebono and his now-defunct enterprise, the Thavnarian consulate has agreed to intercede on behalf of its countrymen to broker a more equitable arrangement between Hanish suppliers and Hingan merchants. All agree that another monopoly would serve no one's interests. Regardless of their motivations, if their actions put more medicine in the hands of the sick and needy, then I think it's safe to call it a change for the better, don't you? The best part, if you ask me, is that in the light of Akebono's crimes, all debts owed to him by those forced to pay his exorbitant prices are to be wiped clean. There was a time when I might not have thought as much. Good and evil, the innocent and the criminal. It all seems so simple in the abstract, but out here in the real world, life is anything but. You and the inspector helped me to understand how naive I was. You taught me to look beyond appearance and hearsay, and not to be too quick to judge a man for his misdeeds. If I am worthy of the Sekisugumi, it is because of you and him. Ah, speaking of which, what exactly did become of Inspector Hildibrand? You think we ought to do something? Conduct a search, or... Oh, so this is a regular occurrence, is it? Fair enough. If you are certain that he will turn up eventually, none the worse for wear, then I shall take your word for it and strike all worry from my mind. Should that fateful day ever come that you and he are reunited once more, I but ask that you give him my best regards. I would say the same for the wolf burglar. I wonder what he's doing now. Yeah, keeping watch for the next Akebono. I would not fault him if he were. They must take issue with his methods. And should he abandon all pretense and become a common thief, then I will bring him to justice. This I swear. Shiguri, this is no time to dawdle. Your duties are far from finished. Yes, forgive me, right away. I must take my leave, but whenever you are passing through Kagane, I pray you do not hesitate to call on me here at the barracks. We've learned the Manderville Mambo. I'm glad to know that Kugane now has a wolf protector. A wolf man watching over all. Oh, wow. Uh-huh. Which, you know, thinking about it, a Lupin, who's a thief, and the thief in Persona 5, our main character, what was it? Wasn't his persona was fuck. Persona 5. It was Arsene, yeah. Arsene Lupin, right? So it makes it all make even more sense. Ties all of it together even more. Well then. We have completed the Stormblood section of the quests. And our next quest is going to be... Bum, 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 bum. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so our next quest is going to be in Rodzit Han. So, to Rodzit Han we go. I don't believe we're gonna start up these two quests right now. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna leave those for next stream. I might stream more tomorrow. Wait, it's supposed to be... Ah, yeah, there it is. Yeah. Yeah, I might stream more tomorrow. When the patch launches and everything, I feel like I'm starting to get back into the game after having been out for so damn long. Just checking, see if any of these are... Okay, that's equal, so yeah. But yeah, I might stream it tomorrow. Otherwise, maybe we'll stream this on Thursday or Friday. Depends. I know I still have... we still haven't completed... Actually, hold on. Let me go to the chat screen here. Wow, I didn't close OBS this whole time. Huh. Okay. Yeah. So we still have Stranger of Paradise to get through. And I really want to get that finished up. And that one I know we've been out of for a while. And then of course Dot Hack and Deerfield Chronicle as well is what we're working on at the moment. But yeah, we'll figure it out. Whether or not I stream this tomorrow, I'm probably gonna play it to finish some other stuff in here. Try and slowly get slowly get caught up on everything, get back up to speed on everything, because I know I've been out of it for so much. Including maybe unlocking that raid and being raid ready as well. Plus, you mentioned a new dungeon coming as well, and I'm betting that's probably got a higher item level too. So yeah, a lot of things to get there. You apostrophe. You're probably not going to be raid ready. On my Black Mage is item level 585. So do I need to be what, 595 maybe? Which if I just need to run if I just need to run the earlier raids a little bit to get more gear, then that's fine too. say, because my Black Mage has been the one that I've been maining for the raids, because I'm not ready to be healer in there. Maybe 595, but that's the only class you'll be ready with. Yeah, which I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that for now. I've got all these other classes. I'm nowhere near close on leveling. And I do have 2 healers that are, at level, but not item level. I'm pretty certain I haven't really done much with, yeah, they're all, like, my Astrologian is all level 89 stuff, and although, I guess, yeah, I can switch some stuff around, but it's got some 595 stuff. Although, yeah, it looks like the Troyan stuff is 595, so I can always run the dungeon a bit, too. Maybe 585, but that's only class order, yeah. Yeah, it's whatever. I'm perfectly fine having only my Black Mage to be ready for now. It's like, as I'm pointing out, I've got a lot more I need to level with, and yeah, still haven't done any of the role-specific quests, so I have all those I need to do as well, and I haven't touched my disciples yet. I think I did a little bit at the beginning of Endwalker, but then didn't pick them up again, so yeah, I've got a ways to go on that as well, but it's all okay. It's okay if I'm not immediately up to level and everything. It's okay if I phase myself in and pace myself. It's okay that I'm not... it's okay for me to not engage in FOMO, because there is no FOMO here, really. There is no FOMO, so it's all good. But yeah, so that is going to be it from me tonight. We are going to raid, for anybody who's still wanting to be around, we're gonna raid Kiki. Looks like Kiki is still streaming, so we're gonna toss a raid to them. So I'm gonna go to my end screen here. Nope, but less opportunity for us to play, but we can play when we can play. That's how it goes, That's how it goes. At the very least, tomorrow I want to get that raid unlocked, and that way we can run the raid together. And if you have time, we can maybe run some other stuff to get me some better gear for my other level 90s, But we'll figure it out. So yeah, that's gonna be it for me tonight. Thank you all so much for coming out and hanging out with me and putting up with 4 hours and 17 minutes of me trying to be a bunch of different people and not really having a different dialect, just various growls and grunts to my voice. I hope it was enjoyable. I hope you enjoyed the story. I hope the trials and tribulations of Hildibrand were a fun time for you. They were for me. That was a really fun time, and so we'll have more to experience as well. We still have more Hildibrand to go through, plus the relic quests are apparently opening tomorrow as well. So yeah, a lot of fun to have, a lot of fun to be had, and I hope you all enjoyed it. I hope it was good for you. Again, I do want to thank you so much for coming out, for being here. It means a lot to me that people are willing to spend time with me, that people are willing to devote some of their energy to being here and hanging out with me. It means the world to me. It really does. And in return, do know that you do have a community here. You do have people here that care about you, that want you to succeed, want you to have the best in life, want you to be as happy as you can, want you to have everything you deserve. So never hesitate to reach out, never hesitate to reach out to me or reach out to the community, whether it's in Discord or on social. Reach out if you need anything, if you need help, or if you need someone to listen to, or anything like that. We're here for you. We care about you. Don't forget that. So yeah, that's going to be it. So again, thank you so much for coming out. I will try to stream tomorrow. We'll see how things go, but I'll try to stream tomorrow and do some Final Fantasy. If not, though, we will be back on Thursday with our community game night, and we may do Final Fantasy on that night as well. So we may do Final Fantasy or Dot Hack on that night, not sure. We'll figure it out. So yeah. Hope to see you Thursday. Hope to see you tomorrow, maybe, if I'm streaming. But if I don't see you either time, then, yeah, we'll catch you next time. Bye.